Picture this: a land of towering spires and ancient forests, where legends walked and kingdoms rose from the earth itself. Now, imagine it trembling beneath your feet, the ground cracking like fragile glass as the sea rises to claim it forever. This is Beleriand, a realm of unmatched beauty and tragedy, vanishing beneath the waves in its final hours. And standing on the edge of it all is Elrond, a young lore master with a quill in hand and sorrow in his heart, determined to capture the last breaths of a dying world. What would you do if you knew everything around you was about to be lost to time? Would you run, or would you stay, etching every detail into memory before it slipped away? That's the choice he faced, and today we're stepping into his story. Before we begin, tell us, where are you watching from right now? Is it dawn where you are, or deep into the night? Drop a comment below. We'd love to know which corner of the world you're joining us from as we embark on this journey together. Because this isn't just a tale of ruin, it's a story about what it means to hold onto something even as it slips through your fingers. Elrond didn't just witness the end of Beleriand. He raced against time to preserve its legacy, sketching crumbling towers and whispering the names of drowned cities so they wouldn't be forgotten. And in that act, he gave us something extraordinary, a window into a world that would otherwise have been lost to the abyss. So come with me, past the cliffs where the wind carries the salt of the coming flood, past the echoes of a civilization breathing its last. We'll walk through the final days of Beleriand, not as distant observers, but as witnesses to the courage it takes to face the inevitable with eyes wide open. By the end of this, you won't just know the history, you'll feel it, the weight of Elrond's quill, the ache in his hands as he works against the setting sun, the bittersweet triumph of saving stories from the depths. This is more than myth. It's a testament to the fragile, fierce act of remembering, and it all starts here, on the edge of the world, as the first waves begin to rise. The air is thick with smoke and the scent of charred oak as Elrond sprints through the skeletal remains of Doriath's once glorious forests. Embers swirl like fireflies around him, and the distant roar of collapsing timbers echoes like thunder. Every step is a gamble. The ground buckles beneath his boots, and above him, the skeletal branches of ancient trees snap and plummet like spears. It's chaos, but he can't afford to hesitate. Then through the haze he spots her, Lúthien, her silver cloak torn, one hand pressed to a wound at her side. She's barely standing, but her eyes lock onto his with startling clarity. The library, she gasps, pointing toward the crumbling arches of Minigroth. The scrolls, they'll burn with everything else. Elrond knows what she's asking. Every second counts. Morgoth's armies are closing in, and the earth itself seems to be revolting. But those scrolls aren't just parchment. They are the voices of kings, the songs of lost ages, the maps of realms that will soon exist only in memory. To leave them is to let history turn to ash. He hesitates only a heartbeat before gripping Lúthien's arm and dragging her toward the crumbling stone staircase. Inside, the air is cooler, thick with the scent of ink and old leather. The walls shudder as another quake rocks the foundations, sending dust cascading from the ceiling. Lúthien stumbles toward a hidden alcove, her fingers tracing the outline of a door, invisible to any but those who know where to look. With a whisper in a language even Elrond doesn't recognize, the seal breaks, revealing shelves upon shelves of scrolls, their edges glowing faintly in the dim light. They work frantically, bundling as much as they can carry, but time is a luxury they don't have. The ground lurches violently. A deafening crack splits the air as the ceiling above them groans. Elrond doesn't think. He shoves Lúthien toward the exit, just as the first slab of stone crashes down behind them. They barely make it outside before the entire entrance collapses in a cloud of dust and rubble. Lúthien clutches the scrolls to her chest like a shield, her breath ragged. Elrond risks one glance back at the ruins of Minigroth, now a tomb for whatever treasures they couldn't save. The choice was reckless. It was necessary, and as the earth trembles again beneath them, he realizes this is just the beginning. The land isn't just dying. It's being torn apart. The ruins of Gondolin rise like broken teeth against the storm-racked sky, their white towers now jagged silhouettes clawing at the clouds. Lúthien moves ahead with the quiet certainty of someone who has walked these streets in dreams, her footsteps light despite the rubble. Elrond follows, his boots slipping on rain-slick stone, his lungs burning with the acrid tang of charred metal and wet ash. Every shadow here feels alive, twitching, shifting, as if the memory of Balrog fire still lingers in the cracks between the stones. "Keep close," Lúthien murmurs, her voice barely louder than the wind. The ground remembers its enemies. Ahead, the skeletal remains of Turgon's palace loom, its arched gateways choked with fallen masonry. Elrond hesitates, his hand hovering over the hilt of his dagger. Trusting her should be easy. She's saved him once already. But Gondolin is a graveyard of pride, and the weight of that history presses down like the storm above them. Then Lúthien does something unexpected. She stops, turns, and offers him her open palm. Not a command, not a plea, an invitation. In that moment, he sees the same exhaustion in her eyes that he feels in his bones. They are both just fragments of something greater, trying to salvage what's left. The library, when they find it, is a cavern of leaning shelves and toppled braziers, the air thick with the ghostly scent of vellum and cedar oil. Lúthien kneels beside a shattered desk, her fingers brushing aside debris to reveal a single, unburned scroll case. Inside, the map is so old the edges crumble at their touch, but the ink remains, a spiderweb of lines leading to a place Elrond only knows from songs, the halls of Mandos, where the dead whisper and the Valor judge. His breath catches. This could change everything, but the shadows in the corners stir. A low, grating laugh echoes through the ruins, too deep to be the wind. Lúthien's grip tightens on the map. "They've been waiting for us," she says, her voice steady despite the way the temperature plummets around them. Elrond feels it too, the prickle of malice like ice down his spine. Some things, it seems, don't stay buried. The choice is simple now, run or fight. But as the first skeletal fingers claw at the threshold, he realizes the real test was never the danger. It's whether hope is worth carrying through the dark. The air in the cave is thick with salt and the metallic tang of fear as Elrond presses his back against the shuddering wall, the distant war cries of orcs echoing through the tunnels like a death knell. Lúthien crouches beside him, her fingers gripping the scroll case so tightly the leather creaks. The Syrian's current gnaws at the cave floor, icy water swirling around their ankles, rising, always rising. Every breath tastes like damp stone, and desperation. "We can't stay," she whispers, but the words hang between them, heavy with what she doesn't say. The water is coming faster than the orcs. Elrond's pulse hammers in his throat. He's faced Balrogs, stood against armies, but this is different. The dark press of water, the way it swallows sound and light, the way it pulls. A childhood memory flashes, a riverbank, his brother's laughter, then the shock of cold as the current yanked him under. He forces the thought away, but his hands won't stop trembling. The scrolls, they're all that matter now. He can feel the weight of them in his pack, the fragile history they carry. To lose them here in the dark would be to fail everyone who ever trusted him. Then a flicker, a faint blue glow pulses in the water ahead, illuminating the cave like a drowned star. Bioluminescent fish dart through the submerged passage, their light casting eerie shadows on the walls. Lúthien exhales sharply. There the current leads somewhere, but the gap is narrow, the water black beyond the fish's fleeting glow. It could be a way out. Or a trap. The orcs' voices grow louder, their footsteps splashing through adjacent tunnels. Elrond meets Lúthien's eyes. No words are needed. The choice is upon them. Drown in the open or gamble on the dark. He takes a shuddering breath, clutches the scrolls to his chest, and steps into the water. The cold is a knife. The current tugs at his legs, hungry. For a heartbeat, he's that child again, helpless in the river's grip. Then Lúthien's hand finds his, her grip firm. "Breathe," she says, and together they let the water take them. The passage twists. The fishes light their only guide. Stone scrapes against Elrond's shoulders, the ceiling dipping so low he has to tilt his head to keep his mouth above the surface. The scrolls, he can't let them go, can't let the ink run, the vellum dissolve. His lungs burn, just a little farther, the blue glow ahead brightens. Or is that his vision failing? Then, with a sudden rush, the current spits them into open water. Moonlight breaks through the surface above. Air, they kick toward it, breaking through with gasping breaths. But the relief is short-lived. Behind them, the cave groans, collapsing in on itself, with a roar that shakes the river. The orcs' cries are cut off mid-shout. Elrond treads water, staring at the wreckage. They are alive, the scrolls are safe, but the cave is gone, and with it, another piece of Beleriand. The river carries them onward, its currents indifferent. Somewhere ahead, the sea waits. The first thing Elrond notices isn't the salt-stained hulls or the feverish clatter of hammers. It's the silence. No songs rise from certain shipwrights as they lash beams together. No laughter rings across the sand. Only the grim, rhythmic rasp of saws and the occasional shout as another vessel slides into the churning waves. Balar's shores, once dotted with fishers' huts, are now a frenzied last stand against the inevitable. Elrond's boots sink into damp sand. As he watches an elf he doesn't recognize press a child into a boat, their hands lingering for a heartbeat before the craft is pushed toward open water. The child doesn't cry, none of them do. Grief, it seems, has become too ordinary to acknowledge. Lúthien touches his arm, her fingers cold. "They'll take us," she says, nodding toward a half-built galley, its prow carved like a swan mid-flight. One word, and we're gone. The offer hangs between them, heavy as the storm clouds massing on the horizon. Elrond closes his eyes. He can almost taste the salt spray of a new shore, feel the relief of leaving this sinking grave behind. But then his hand drifts to his pack, where the salvaged scrolls press against his spine like a second heartbeat. What good is survival if the stories die with the land? He turns to the shipwrights, raising his voice above the wind. Who among you can write? The question cuts through the clamor like a blade. A few pause, their faces hollow with exhaustion. One, a silver-haired scribe with ink-stained sleeves, steps forward. I can, she says, though her voice wavers. But what's the use? The water comes for us all the same. Elrond unfurls a half-ruined map across a barrel, its edges curling from damp. Then let it find us working, he says. The words aren't heroic, they're raw, stripped bare. But something flickers in the scribe's eyes. She reaches for a quill. Lúthien doesn't speak. She doesn't have to. When Elrond looks back, she's already dragging a waterlogged table ashore, her sleeves rolled to the elbow. No grand declarations, no vows, just action. Together, they rally the hesitant, the heartbroken, the ones too weary to hope. A makeshift scriptorium rises between the ribs of broken ships, its desks stacked with salvaged parchment. Names are etched, lineages traced, battles recounted in hurried strokes as the tide creeps higher, and then, a sound none of them expected. Laughter, quiet at first, disbelieving, as a young scribe mimics the way Morgoth's generals tripped over their own armor during the dagger Bragalach. It's fragile, defiant, human. For a moment, the waves seem to pause, but the sea is patient. It always wins. By dusk, the first tendrils of foam lick at the legs of their tables. The scribes pack their inks with shaking hands, but Elrond stays, quill hovering over an unfinished line. Lúthien watches him, her silhouette stark against the bleeding sun. We'll find higher ground, she says. It isn't a promise, it's a choice. Somewhere behind them, a ship's mast cracks like a bone. The tide doesn't roar, it whispers, relentless, as it swallows the last of the shoreline. Elrond tucks the unfinished scroll into his tunic, the ink still wet. Let the water take the land, it won't take the words. The storm hits without warning, the sky splitting open like rotten fruit, as waves claw at the hull of their makeshift raft. Elrond grips the sodden wood until his knuckles bleach white, each cresting swell threatening to swallow them whole. Lúthien shouts something, but the wind steals her words, leaving only the salt sting of the gale. Then, a jagged silhouette against the lightning, Himring, the island rises from the froth like a broken fist, its cliffs sheer and unforgiving. The raft shatters against the rocks, spilling them onto the shore like driftwood. The fortress looms above, its iron gates rusted open in a silent scream. Meadrose's stronghold, abandoned but not empty. The air here tastes of old blood and older magic. Elrond staggers upright, his clothes heavy with seawater, and freezes. A shadow moves in the archway, not a living thing, something gaunt and glittering, its form flickering like candle smoke. Caranthir, or what's left of him, the ghost doesn't speak. It doesn't need to. The hatred in its hollow eyes is a language all its own. Lúthien draws her dagger, but Elrond catches her wrist. He's not here for us, he murmurs. Not yet. The ghost vanishes, leaving only the echo of a snarl. Inside, the fortress is a tomb of half-rotted banners and shattered glass. Yet amid the wreckage, something gleams. A mosaic floor, its tiles depicting a star swallowing the horizon. Elrond kneels, brushing away centuries of dust. The pattern isn't decorative, It's a map, and at its center, a single line of Quenya, worn but legible. The singer's tear halts the tide. Lúthien goes still. A Silmaril, she breathes. Elrond's pulse hammers, not one of the three. Something else. A forgotten sliver of light, perhaps, buried where the land would drown. The prophecy coils in his gut like a live wire. Find it, and they might salvage more than scrolls. They could etch Beleriand's memory into the very bones of the world. But the floor trembles beneath them, a deep, grinding shudder. Outside, the cliffs groan. The island is coming apart. Caranthir's ghost reappears at the threshold, his form solidifying with every step. This time, he speaks. Thieves, he hisses, the word dripping with centuries of venom. You'll drown with your trinkets. Lúthien bares her teeth. We're not stealing. We're saving. The ghost lunges. Elrond rolls aside, grabbing a rusted sword from the debris. It's a useless gesture. Steel can't harm the dead. But Caranthir hesitates. His gaze flicks to the mosaic, to the words etched there. For a heartbeat, something like recognition flickers in his hollow eyes. Then the ceiling caves in. Stone rains down as the fortress tears itself apart. Elrond drags Lúthien toward a crumbling stairwell, the prophecy burning in his mind, the singer's tear. If it's real, if it's out there, the ghost doesn't follow. He stands amid the wreckage, watching them flee. Maybe it's the light, but for a moment, he almost looks relieved. The cliffside path crumbles underfoot as they sprint for the shore. Behind them, Himring sinks into the sea, its towers snapping like twigs. The last thing Elrond sees before the waves take it is Caranthir's ghost, still standing in the ruins, his head bowed as the water rises to claim him. Lúthien grips Elrond's arm, her voice barely audible over the roar of the dying island. The prophecy, where do we start? Elrond looks east, where the storm is breaking. Somewhere out there, a sliver of light waits, and against all odds, they are still alive to find it. The water is black as ink, and twice as cold when Elrond plunges into the drowned halls of Nargathroned, his lungs seizing as the weight of the deep presses down. The lantern in his hand casts wavering light across walls, still gleaming with gold leaf, the reflections twisting like drowned spirits. Every kick forward feels like fighting a living thing. The current tugs at his ankles, whispering of the 1,000 souls who once walked these halls before the river claimed them. Lúthien glides ahead, her hair a silver trail in the murk, but even her grace can't disguise the way the water trembles around them. Something else is here. Watching, the corridor narrows, the ceiling dipping so low Elrond has to turn sideways, his chest scraping against carved pillars, now crusted with barnacles. His pulse hammers in his throat. This is worse than the caves, worse than Himring's collapsing bones here. The walls feel alive, closing in with every breath. A childhood memory surges unbidden, trapped in a root cellar after the door slammed shut, darkness so thick he could taste it. He forces his fingers to unclench from the lantern's handle. Panic is a luxury the past can't afford. Then, movement. A sinuous shadow coils beyond the reach of their light, its bulk disturbing silt that hasn't stirred in ages. The Watcher, Lúthien, goes rigid, one hand flying to Elrond's wrist, but instead of drawing a weapon, she does something reckless. She sings. Her voice shouldn't carry underwater, yet it does, a low, resonant hum that vibrates through Elrond's ribs like a second heartbeat. The melody is ancient, older than Nargathroned, older perhaps than the stars themselves. The shadow pauses. For a heartbeat, the water stills. It's enough. They kick forward, their lantern light catching on a familiar glint. The Mirror of Galadriel, half buried in silt beneath a shattered archway. Its surface is dulled by time, but unbroken. A miracle. Elrond's fingers brush the frame just as the song ends. The water erupts. The Watcher's tentacles slam into the walls, sending shockwaves through the corridor. Lúthien grabs the mirror, her face a mask of grim determination as she shoves it into Elrond's pack. "Go," she mouths, shoving him toward a fissure in the wall. He doesn't argue. They spiral upward, chased by the thrashing of something too vast to comprehend. They breach the surface gasping, the mirror clutched between them. But as Elrond wipes water from his eyes, he freezes. The glass isn't unscathed. A hairline crack snakes across its surface, and within that fracture, visions. Not of the present, not even of the past, but of a future where white shores stand empty, where the names of Beleriand's kings crumble to dust on forgotten tongues. The reflection wavers, showing two figures on a windswept cliff. An older Elrond, his face lined with grief, and a child he somehow knows is his own, both staring at a horizon where no land remains. Lúthien's breath hitches. It's not prophecy, she whispers. It's a warning. The crack spreads, the image shattering into fragments. In the silence that follows, the weight of what they've seen settles over them like a shroud. The past can be saved, but will anyone remember it? The mirror's surface goes dark. Somewhere below, the Watcher screams. The shard bites deep, a jagged edge of the broken mirror slicing Elrond's palm before he can pull away. Blood wells up, dark against the silvered glass, and then the world dissolves. Valinor's light floods his vision, so blinding he tastes it, honey gold and thick as summer air. But just as quickly, it fractures into screams, the clash of steel in Gondolin's fall, the thunder of Númenor's drowning, a white ship carrying a child who wears his face. The visions come faster, relentless, a tower of fire, a sword reforged, a ring of power gleaming like betrayal. He can't breathe, he can't think. The mirror's magic coils around his veins, stitching itself into his pulse. Lúthien wrenches the shard from his grip, her face stark with alarm. It's a beacon now, she snaps, her voice raw. Every moment we hold it, Morgoth's spies draw closer. She raises the fragment high, ready to dash it against the rocks. But Elrond's hand shoots out, stopping her wrist mid-swing. The cut on his palm smears red across her skin, and for a heartbeat, the visions flicker between them. Lúthien sees it too. A library in a hidden valley, shelves bending under the weight of scrolls she helped save. A voice, her own but aged, singing to a child who isn't hers. Elrond's fingers tighten. This isn't just a warning, he rasps. It's a map to everything we could lose or save. The shard hums between them, its edges glowing faintly where his blood has touched it. The magic is awake now, hungry. Above them, the first stars of Varda pierce the smoke-choked sky, their light thin and desperate. Somewhere to the west, the sea groans, swallowing another stretch of cliffs. The salt wind carries the sound of splintering wood, the last of Balar's docks giving way. Time is a noose tightening around their throats. Lúthien exhales, her breath shuddering. Then we carry the danger with us, she murmurs, lowering the shard. Her other hand brushes the fresh scar on Elrond's palm. A silent pact. The reflection in the glass shifts again, showing neither past nor future, but a choice. Two paths diverging in a twilight wood. One leads east, toward the rising shadow. The other, north, into the teeth of the storm. The mirror doesn't reveal which they'll take, only that both will cost them blood. Gil-galad's camp is a graveyard of exhaustion and flickering hope. Tents sag under the weight of rain, and the refugees huddle around fires too weak to cast back the dark. When Elrond and Lúthien stumble into the circle of light, the mirror shard clutched between them, silence falls like a blade. Then whispers erupt, eddying through the crowd like a sudden wind. A Silmaril, no, something fouler. Saw it in a dream, bleeding light. The air thickens with suspicion, and something sharper, hunger. A gaunt elf with ash-streaked hair steps forward, his eyes glinting with a fervor that sets Elrond's teeth on edge. You bring Morgoth's eye upon us, he hisses. Behind him, murmurs of agreement ripple through the crowd, but others press closer, their hands outstretched not in threat, but pleading. A mother with a child limp in her arms, a smith whose hammer arm ends at the wrist. Let it show us the way, she begs, just once. Gil-galad's arrival parts the crowd like a tide. His crown is gone, his armor stripped down to scarred leather, but authority still radiates from him like heat from a banked fire. He studies the shard, then Elrond's blood-crusted palm. You've bound yourself to it, he observes too quietly for the others to hear. Elrond nods, his throat tight. It's not just a mirror, it's a key to what was, what will be. But it's dangerous, like holding a live coal. Gil-galad exhales through his nose. Then we share the burn. His solution is pragmatic. The shard will be guarded, its visions revealed in controlled glimpses to those strong enough to bear them. A compromise meant to unite. Instead, it becomes a fault line. That night, under a moon veiled by smoke, Elrond watches as the first volunteers step forward. A warrior sees his fallen brothers marching in Mando's halls and weeps. A healer glimpses her own death and laughs with relief. But when a young scribe, barely more than a child, touches the glass and screams of a future where his name is erased from history, the crowd fractures. Burn it, someone shouts. No, let me see, tainted all of it. The argument rages until the stars gutter out. Elrond doesn't notice the missing shard until dawn, when a trail of glowing footprints, each step seared into the earth like a brand, leads into the twisted trees beyond camp. The thief left in haste, dropped bundles, a discarded cloak, but the mirror's echo lingers in the air, a hum just beyond hearing. It's calling to something. And whatever answers won't be kind. The marsh reeks of rotting reeds and something older, a metallic tang that clings to the back of Elrond's throat like a curse. His boots sink into the muck with every step, the black water swallowing his footprints, as if the earth itself is conspiring to erase their path. Ahead, the thief's trail glows faintly, the mirror shard's magic seeping into the sodden ground like poison. Lúthien moves like a shadow beside him, her dagger unsheathed, her breath steady despite the way the mist coils around them, thick enough to choke. He's close, she murmurs. But the words die as the first howl cuts through the fog. It's not a natural sound. There's a voice in it, a guttural, laughing mockery of speech that raises the hair on Elrond's neck. Werewolves, and they are not hunting the thief. They're herding. The attack comes from the water. A massive shape erupts from the bog, jaws snapping where Elrond's throat had been a heartbeat before. He stumbles back, his heel catching on a root, and the world tilts. Mud fills his mouth, his nostrils, but the terror is cleaner than the rage that follows. Because he knows these creatures, knows the hand that shaped them, Sauron's work, always Sauron's work. Lúthien is a blur of motion, her dagger flashing as it finds the eye of the nearest beast. The werewolf collapses with a shriek that shakes the marsh birds from the trees, but there are more, always more. Elrond rolls to his knees, his own blade a pale gleam in the half-light, and for the first time, he understands the fury that drove Feanor's sons. It burns through him like fever, this need to carve vengeance into something's flesh. Then, a scream, human or close enough, the thief. They find him 10 paces away, his body half submerged, his fingers clawing at the water as if it might give him back the shard he dropped. His eyes lock onto Elrond's, wide with a terror that has nothing to do with the wolves. It showed me, he gasps. It showed me everything. Then the water closes over his head. Elrond lunges, but the muck is too deep, the current too swift. The shard is gone, the knowledge with it, and the grief that follows isn't just for the loss. It's for the part of him that wants to rip the marsh apart with his bare hands to get it back. The last werewolf falls with Lúthien's dagger in its heart, but the victory is hollow. Above them, the moon vanishes behind a wall of smoke. To the west, flames spear the horizon, their glow painting the marsh in bloody light. Sauron's fires his mockery, his promise. Lúthien wipes her blade on the grass, her face unreadable. "We can't stay," she says, but the words taste like ash. The marsh has taken what it wanted, and the night is far from over. The shard burns against Elrond's chest, its heat sinking through fabric and flesh until it sears in time with his heartbeat. Each pulse drags them deeper into Dorthonian's corpse, a land where the very air tastes of sulfur and old blood. The trees here aren't dead, they're warped, their branches twisted into clawed hands, frozen mid-reach. Steam hisses from cracks in the earth like the breath of some buried beast. Lúthien stops so abruptly her cloak snags on a thorned vine. "It's not just showing you the future," she says, her voice fraying at the edges. "It's rewriting you. Your hands, look at your hands." Elrond unclenches his fists. The veins beneath his skin glow, faintly blue where the mirror's magic has seeped into him. A phantom pressure thrums behind his eyes, whispering of power coiled tight as a spring. "I know," he admits. The admission costs him not because it's a lie, but because it's true. He's dreamed in fractured visions for nights now, waking with words in his mouth, from languages no living tongue remembers. But if this is the price for salvaging what's left, I'll pay it. Lúthien's expression fractures, and when the cost is your name, your soul, her fingers brush the hilt of her dagger, not in threat, but something worse, regret. "You sound like him, like Caranthir at the end." The ground chooses that moment to rupture. A deafening crack splits the earth between them, swallowing Lúthien's reply as the soil collapses into a yawning chasm. Elrond stumbles back, the shard's heat flaring like a warning. Below, the shadows aren't just dark. They are alive. Tendrils of black mist writhe against the chasm walls, whispering in voices that itch at the edges of comprehension. The mirror's magic in his blood recoils, recoiling from whatever lurks in the depths. This isn't natural decay. This is a wound. Then the whispers resolve into words. Elrond half-elven, the shadows croon. We've been waiting. The voice is horribly familiar. It's his own. Lúthien's grip on his arm is iron. Don't listen. But the damage is done. The chasm isn't just a pit. It's a reflection. Down there in the dark, something wears his face, and it's smiling. The rope burns through Elrond's gloves as they descend into the chasm, the darkness swallowing every sound, but their own ragged breathing. The thief's body lies sprawled across a ledge, one hand still outstretched toward the shard, only it's no longer just a fragment of glass. It pulses where it's embedded in the remains of a palantir, the Seeing Stone's obsidian surface, now veined with cracks of malevolent light. The air here is thick with the scent of scorched metal, and something older, fouler, the reek of Angban's forges. Lúthien kneels beside the corpse, her fingers hesitating over the thief's unblinking eyes. He didn't just drown, she murmurs. The stone showed him something that stopped his heart. Elrond reaches for the corrupted artifact, but the moment his skin grazes it, the visions strike like a lance. Morgoth upon a throne of skulls, his shadow stretching across a world where every elven city is a ruin, every song a whisper, linden in ashes, the haven swallowed by waves. And worst of all, the libraries burning, scrolls curling to blackened nothing as the names of kings dissolve from memory. It's not just defeat, it's oblivion. He wrenches his hand back with a gasp, his fingers smoking. It's a weapon, he rasps, not just to see the future, to make it. The realization settles like ice in his gut. This is why Sauron's creatures herded them here, not to reclaim the shard, but to ensure they witnessed its horror firsthand. Lúthien's face is eerily calm. She touches the hilt of her dagger, then lets her hand fall. Steel won't break it, she says, but song might. Her voice is steady, but Elrond sees the tremor in her hands. She's weighing the cost before she speaks it aloud. Lúthien's lament, the unmaking hymn. If I sing it here, where the world is thin. Elrond goes still. He knows the stories. The lament unraveled the gates of Tal Garhath. It shattered Sauron's will once, but no one sings it twice. You'll go blind, he says. The words are blunt, brutal. He can't soften them. A flicker of something like amusement crosses her face. A fair trade. She nods to the visions still leaking from the stone. Unless you'd rather live in that future. The palantir shudders, its cracks widening. From the depths of the chasm, a sound rises, not wind, not water, but a low, hungry chuckle. Something down there is listening, waiting. Elrond exhales. There's no choice, only the cruel calculus of survival. He presses his bloodied palm to the stone, anchoring it. Then we do it together, he says. Lúthien closes her eyes. The first note is barely a breath, but the chasm holds its breath with her. The first note of Lúthien's lament cracks the air like lightning, her voice a blade of silver splitting the dark. The palantir shudders, its fractures glowing white-hot, then explodes. The force of it knocks Elrond backward, his body slamming into hers as the chasm convulses around them. Stone screams. The walls buckle inward, raining boulders the size of horses. He barely has time to twist, shielding her with his back before the world collapses in a roar of dust and agony. Silence, then voices. Rough hands claw through the debris, hauling them into the bruised twilight. Elrond blinks grit from his eyes to find strangers looming over them, their faces sharp with suspicion. Avari, their leathers are stitched with thorn motifs, their eyes glinting like flint in firelight. One, a woman with a scar bisecting her lip, presses a blade to Elrond's throat before he can draw breath. Noldor, she spits. You dig up what should stay buried. Lúthien stirs beside him, her fingers twitching toward her empty dagger sheath, but the Avari aren't attacking. They're fleeing. Beyond the ruined chasm, the horizon churns, a wall of water taller than the surviving pines, racing inland. The tsunami's roar is distant but deepening, the air itself vibrating with its hunger. The Avari leader Kara, they call her, snatches Elrond's wrist, her grip vies tight. Run or drown, she growls. No kindness in the offer, only pragmatism. They scramble up crumbling slopes, the ground shuddering beneath each step. Elrond's ribs scream where the rocks struck, but the real pain is in his palms. The remaining mirror shards, hastily tucked into his gloves when the Avari weren't looking. Their edges bite into his skin, whispering. Kara eyes his clenched fists, but says nothing until they reach the relative safety of a hollowed-out oak. You carry death, she mutters, jerking her chin at his hands. The other Avari tense, their hands drifting to weapons. Elrond knows that look, the same one Morgoth's thralls wore when they scented elf blood. Lúthien, ever quicker, intercedes. We carry memory, she counters, though her voice is raw from the lament. The kind that might save your children when the waves come for them too. A gamble. The Avari have no love for Noldoran relics, no trust in scrolls or prophecies, but the tsunami's thunder shakes the earth, and Kara's resolve wavers. She spits at Elrond's feet. Hide your curses well, she warns, or I'll cut them from your corpse myself. The shards burn hotter in his grip, not from magic now, from shame. These refugees saved them, and all he can offer in return are lies and the weight of a future they never asked for. Somewhere to the west, the sea howls its victory. The highlands of Erd Lúthien rise like broken teeth against the storm-racked sky, their peaks the last refuge above the drowning world. Elrond's fingers cramp around the stylus as he etches another line into the mithril plate, the metal cool and unforgiving beneath his hands. Each stroke is a battle, against time, against exhaustion, against the way the letters blur as his eyes strain in the dim torchlight, but the plates must hold. Paper burns, parchment rots, mithril endures. Lúthien kneels beside him, her fingertips tracing the grooves of his finished work with unsettling accuracy. Though her eyes are milky with blindness, she sees more than he ever could. You misspelled Doriath, she murmurs, pressing her nail against a faint error. The eye should curl, not stab. Her voice is calm, but her hands tremble not from fear, but from the effort of piecing together a world she can no longer witness. Elrond watches her trace the outline of Gondolin's towers, her touch lingering on the inked arches, as if she could rebuild them through memory alone. Around them, the last free elves move like ghosts, their voices hushed as they pack what little remains. A child's laughter rings out, sharp and bright, only to be swallowed by the distant thunder of collapsing cliffs. Elrond forces himself to keep writing. The fall of Nargathroned, the last stand at Sirion, the names of the dead, row upon row, until the mithril threatens to buckle under the weight of so much grief. Lúthien's hand suddenly covers his, stilling the stylus. "You're pressing too hard," she says. "The metal won't break, but you might." There's no pity in her words, just the blunt truth of someone who's learned the cost of survival firsthand. Elrond exhales, his breath fogging the plate where the ink still glistens. He hadn't realized his hands were shaking. The plates pile up, each one a sliver of salvation, but their weight is a new kind of chain. When the warning horns sound deep, shuddering blasts that echo through the mountains, Elrond straps the bundle to his back and feels his knees nearly buckle. Mythral is light for its strength, but 10,000 memories are heavy. Lúthien shoulders her own pack without complaint, though her steps are slower now, her once graceful movements measured and careful. She doesn't need to say what they both know. The higher they climb, the thinner the air, the fewer the paths left to take. Yet when she stumbles on loose scree, it's Elrond who catches her arm, his grip firm. "I've got you," he says. She tilts her head, as if listening to something beyond the wind. "No," she corrects softly. "We've got each other." Behind them, the sea claims another valley, its roar a reminder that time is a luxury they've already spent. But for now, they climb, one step, then another. The plates dig into Elrond's spine, their edges sharp enough to draw blood. He doesn't adjust them. Some scars are worth carrying. The scout's voice cracks as he delivers the news, his hands shaking so violently the torchlight dances across his face like something alive. "The sea," he gasps. "It's carved Beliriand and clean in half." The western shore. His words dissolve into a cough, but the truth hangs heavier than smoke. Everything west of the Erd Lúthien will be underwater by sunrise. Every ruin they've sketched, every name they've etched, every fragment of history they've clawed from the jaws of oblivion gone. The mithril plates in Elrond's pack suddenly feel lighter than air. Meaningless, Kara spits into the fire, her scar twisting with contempt. "Your dead won't care if their stories sink." She snarls, but her eyes flick to the children huddled under ragged cloaks behind her. The unspoken truth is sharper than any blade. The Avari have no homeland left to return to, no songs to sing their ancestors home. Just this, a chance to salvage someone's memory, even if it isn't their own. Elrond doesn't plead. He doesn't have to. He simply unbuckles the pack and lets the first plate clang onto the rocks, its surface gleaming with the carefully inked lines of Doriath's last stand. The names catch the firelight like tiny wounds. Lúthien, blind but unerring, places her palm over the engraving of Melian's girdle. "You carried us out of the marsh," she says to Kara. "Now we're asking you to carry more than bodies." The Avari leader's laugh is brittle. "Always a price with you, Noldor." But she's already shouting orders, her people moving with the grim efficiency of those who have survived too many ends of the world. The plates are divided, lashed to backs with ropes and raw determination. The path to the ship is a nightmare of crumbling stone and howling wind, every step a gamble against the shuddering earth. Then the roar, not the sea this time, but something older, hotter. The cliffs tremble as the dragon's shadow blots out the moon, its wings shredding the smoke-choked sky. Ankalagan's Get, or one of Glorung's cursed brood. It doesn't matter. The beast circles once, twice, its molten gaze locking onto the mithril gleaming below. Of course, even in ruin, the The treasures of elves draw fire. Kara's hand flies up, halting her people. Drop the plates or die. She snaps, no hesitation. No debate. The Avari didn't survive this long by cherishing dead things over living breath. Elrond feels the weight of the final plate in his hands. The one he hasn't shown anyone. The one that holds Lúthien's song transcribed in ink and blood. The dragon dives, the cliffs scream, and in that heartbeat, he realizes some choices aren't made with words at all. He sprints toward the ship, the plate clutched like a shield, the dragon's breath searing the rocks at his heels. Behind him, Kara curses then follows. The sun hangs low and cruel over the breaking cliffs as Elrond raises the last mirror shard, its jagged edge biting into his palm. The dragon's shadow swallows the sky, its wings churning the smoke into spirals of ash. For a heartbeat, the shard catches the light, not just reflecting it, but bending it, sharpening it into a blade of pure radiance. He twists his wrist, and the beam strikes the beast's lidless eye like a spear. The dragon rears back with a shriek that splits the air, its claws raking the cliff face as it staggers. Molten stone rains down where its talons gouge the rock. Elrond doesn't wait. He sprints along the crumbling ledge, the shard held high, luring the beast away from the others scrambling toward the ship. The heat of its breath licks at his back, each exhale a promise of immolation. Then, the fire comes. A torrent of flame engulfs the shard, melting it in an instant, the liquid glass searing his fingers before dripping into the abyss below. Blind, enraged, the dragon thrashes, its tail smashing into the cliffs. The ground beneath Elrond's feet shudders, cracks spider-webbing outward. He stumbles, gravel skittering into the void, until a voice cuts through the chaos. Lúthien's song, raw and unadorned, weaves through the din like a lifeline. Left, she calls from somewhere ahead, her tone unwavering despite the blindness the lament cost her. 5 steps, then jump. The path she describes shouldn't exist. The rock is sheer, the drop lethal, but Elrond trusts the cadence of her words more than his own eyes. He leaps as the cliff collapses behind him, his body slamming onto the ship's deck, just as the mooring ropes snap. The vessel lurches forward, carried by the retreating tide, its sails snapping taut. Above them, the dragon writhes, its wings beating uselessly against the updraft of its own fire. The last thing Elrond sees before the smoke swallows the shore is the beast's eye, still smoldering with the shard's reflected light, a final, furious glimpse of the weapon that outwitted it. The ship pitches into the waves, salt stinging their wounds, but the plates are secure. The memories endure, and somewhere ahead, beyond the drowning world, a new shore waits. The ship bucks like a living thing beneath them, its timbers groaning as another monstrous wave slams into the hull. Salt water sprays across the deck, stinging Elrond's eyes as he braces against the mast, his arms locked around the bundled mithril plates. They're cold against his chest, colder still with the knowledge that beneath these raging waters, the libraries of Minigroth are crumbling into silt, the towers of Gondolin dissolving like salt in the deep. Every cresting wave feels like a funeral shroud, settling over the bones of a world. Then a hand finds his shoulder. Lúthien's fingers are steady despite the storm, her sightless eyes turned toward him, as if she can still see the grief etched into his face. "Listen," she says, her voice cutting through the wind like a blade through fog, and then she sings, not the lament this time, not a dirge for the drowned or a hymn of unmaking. This melody is softer, slower, a thread of green in a field of ash. The notes weave through the chaos, so quiet at first, they're nearly swallowed by the thunder. But the sea hears, the waves still their fury, the winds unravel their knots, until the storm hangs suspended like a held breath. Even the dragon's distant screams fade into the hush. Elrond feels it before he sees it, a shift in the air, a lightness where before there was only the weight of endings. Then, through the thinning mist, a shadow resolves on the horizon, jagged peaks, untouched by fire or flood. Linden, not a relic, but a revelation. Lúthien's song ends on a note that lingers, sweet and unresolved. Her face is turned toward the new land, her lips parted as if tasting the promise on the wind. You thought we were carrying graves, she murmurs, but graves have dates. What we save doesn't. The ship surges forward, carried by a gentler current now, the mithril plates gleaming in the sudden sunlight. Elrond traces the engraved names with a thumb, realizing for the first time that ink isn't just for memorials. It's for beginnings too. Behind them, Beleriand sinks without a sound. Ahead, the shore waits, its secrets not yet written. The parchment crackles under Elrond's fingers as he unrolls it across the sunlit table, its edges softened by years of handling. The map of Beliriand lies before them, not as it is now beneath the waves, but as it was in its final days, every coastline trembling on the brink of oblivion. The ink has bled in places, mixing with salt spray from their desperate flight, leaving continents half dissolved like the memories they represent. A young elf reaches out, hesitating. It looks like it's crying, she whispers. Elrond doesn't correct her. Somewhere beyond the open windows of Rivendell's library, a breeze stirs the leaves, carrying with it the faintest brine of distant seas. Lúthien turns her face toward it, her unseeing eyes crinkling at the corners. The others don't notice. They're too absorbed in the map's tragedy, but Elrond sees the way her fingers tighten around her teacup, how her shoulders lift slightly, as if catching a voice only she can hear. The wind doesn't smell of salt here, not truly, yet for them, it always will. Watch closely, Elrond murmurs, guiding the child's hand to trace what was once the river Sirion. His fingertip leaves no mark on the vellum, yet the motion feels like etching names into stone. Every ending carves valleys for new rivers. Even the sea's hunger couldn't swallow all the stories. He touches a darkened spot where the ink pooled long ago, a flaw that became, over time, an island no cartographer ever charted. The young ones lean in, their breath catching as he tells of how cracks in the world let through strange lights, how the drowned sometimes sing through the mist. Lúthien sets down her cup with a quiet click. Without a word, she begins humming a melody none of them recognize, her voice rougher than it once was but no less luminous. The song has no words, yet the room fills with the weight of unspoken things, the scent of pine forests that no longer stand, the chill of caves now flooded, the way the stars reflected differently on Beleriand's lakes. The children don't understand, not fully, but their eyes widen as if glimpsing shadows moving beneath still water. Elrond lets the map curl back upon itself, its edges whispering against the wood. The lesson isn't in the ink, but in the spaces between the way memory bends and shifts like coastline under ceaseless waves. Outside, the wind rises again, scattering blossom petals across the courtyard. Somewhere beyond the mountains, the sea rolls on, patient as time, and in Rivendell, the echoes settle like dust on old parchment, waiting for the next hand brave enough to unroll them. you.